Mic test, mic test. Mic test. Okay, I think I need to turn the music down a little bit. Mic test. Of course, it's when the song's fading out. I think I'm good. Hey, Rick, how's it going, man? All right. Sounds like my mic and my music are in a good balance with each other. I did a bunch of audio updates, so I'm double checking these things. Just posted my Discord promos. Oh, I'm certainly trying. It's been real damn hot. All right. Looks like we're good to get started here. Hello. Hi, everybody. Hey, Hairless, how you doing? Oh, I hope you have a nice walk with your dog. Pet that dog for me. All right, so we're going to be getting back to... Oh, okay. Well, enjoy your walk, and I don't know, put on closed captions or something. I have those for a reason. We're going to be getting back to the VTuber that we've been working on for our boy Dion. So far, I think it's coming along fantastic. We were working on getting the shapes down in the shading last time, so right now the musculature is a little bit harsh, but we're going to be blending that out. I wanted to get the shapes first, and then work with it from there. I also managed to find a couple tutorials on noses on VTubers, because that's not a thing. Hey, it's Dion. Welcome in. Sounds gross. Yeah, so we're gonna be working on blending out the musculature a bit, so it's not quite as sharp as it is right now. Yes, Dion. And yeah, we're gonna get that going. I found a couple of VTuber nose tutorials, so I finally have a better idea of how to do that at least. Because seriously, they're all anime. It's really hard to find nose tutorials for VTubers. It's crazy. But I found 3, and I sent them to myself on Discord so that I wouldn't lose the links. And I can reference those as needed, so that'll be handy. One of them was for like more of a level of semi-realism than I'm going for. This is a little bit more cartoony than that was. That one didn't even have like outlines, which is an impressive level of realism to get into a VTuber, I'll be honest. I might want to do a study on that or something at some point, maybe just make a face. But we'll see how that goes. I also did over the weekend download the programs that VTubers are animated in so that I can begin experimenting with this in that after today's drawing session to see how the pieces are coming along. I haven't done any of that quite yet, but I'm looking forward to trying it. I've watched a lot of YouTube tutorials on it. It seems like something I can wrap my head around, but I'm a hands-on learner, so I gotta do a little bit of it myself. And over the weekend, I finally updated my audio again. So I'm hoping it actually fixes the problem this time. The audio is completely different in how it's done. Before it was a little change, this time it was a big change. I completely redid how my audio is done. So that should get rid of the crackling issue we've been having. Hopefully it did. But it might open up new issues. So, as always, if you need to let me know about any audio being out of whack, if anything sounds distorted, if I'm hard to hear, I have a redeem that only costs 1 channel point that plays a loud sound to let me know instantly that something's wrong, and I can fix it from there. I also added 3 new redeems recently. They were here for last stream, but for anybody who wasn't here last stream, they should be new to you. So let's take a look at where we left off here. We've got the tattoo mostly designed out. There's a couple pieces along the like shoulder and neck area that I wanna kind of like mirror what's going on here onto this side a little bit, so that if like leaning forward occurs, that peek over the shoulder will show a little bit better. I don't need to do the whole thing though, maybe just like 2 of these shapes here. It's meant to mime the brushstroke, like sunburst design done on pottery. They had a rather defined shape to the way they did it on Grecian pottery, so I was trying to emulate that. We have a lot of masks that we're going to have to create. Which is, it's in terms of digital art, a mask is kind of like a stencil. It tells the stuff where not to be. And it'll hide stuff accordingly to how you do that. And that's how we'll be making, like, things appear magically and be revealed. So let's get into blending more of this shading. I think that's the next big thing we really need to focus on. Alright, there's a good medium tone. It's right between the base color we used for his skin and the shadow color we used, so we can use that to kind of blend it out a little bit. And then we're going to have to highlight it as well. Let's focus on the torso region first, since that has the most definition. All right, going to be starting on the abdomen. So we're going to be blending out some of this musculature with kind of a mid-tone. There's my stylus. I immediately dropped it. We're going to be blending out this musculature with a bit of a mid-tone because I want him to be a bit toned, but I don't want him to, like, be like superhero status. That's a bit much. It's a bit much. I'm going to start on 60% opacity with my usual blending brush, see how that feels. I feel like that's not going to be obvious to you guys at all what I'm doing right away, but I feel like, holy crap, that just made a huge difference. 1 second. Let me zoom you guys in a little closer. I'm working on the abs right now. And then I just did this little section here where I kind of blended it out a smidge. And I feel like that's helping a lot, having that mid-tone there. Although I need to do that a little cleaner, I think. So let's do it again. I also need a little bit of a smaller brush while I'm at it. Yeah, I think 75 is a better option. Yeah, holy crap, is that subtle. There it is with the burn effect, so you can just like see where I'm actually drawing it. Just blending in between where the shadow and the base tone meet. And then when we throw highlights on top of this, that's going to be popping. I'll try to get through this part quickly, since you guys can't really see what I'm doing that well. Alright, that's just a little bit of blending into the abs. I'm going to follow the layer order. so that I don't accidentally miss a layer since this is subtle blending work. And that means next is the back of the shoulders part, where like the traps and shit are. This whole section here. Gonna take those off so I can see what I'm doing better. Quick soft blend out on that. Then we move on to, again, based on layer order, I have the thighs next. I need a larger brush for this one. Perfect, 125. All right, that's a nice blend there, I think. Next is the knees. You can see that one a bit better. Let me blend that out a little more, though. Now we're on the pelvis. Yo, this song is such a bop. I love this song. This is Placebo. They're one of my favorite bands. I swear to God, if I get fucking flagged for this, like, half-assed crotch right now. I only say that because I was in fucking PK's stream yesterday, and he was drawing a siren, and she, you know, she's got like breasts, but they're not like nipple out or nothing. They've got like fucking scales, and he got fucking flagged, and they slapped the fucking adult content sticker on his stream. It was not sexual at all. It was very beautiful. His work is always gorgeous. There, Twitch. There's your leaf back. Yeah, you have nipples, but your guy's a male character, so they're okay with that. Free the nipple. Okay, next it's the arms. The funny thing is, with the way I fixed my audio, I feel like I just gaslit my computer. like, I basically used a program to gaslight my computer into thinking that I have separate devices physically plugged in instead of separating the tracks in another way. Like, there's extra devices on my system panel and my control panel that don't exist that I have things sourced to so that I can plug them into OBS. I gaslit it into thinking I have extra devices that I'm physically plugging these tracks into, but I don't. All right, we have the neck now. Just do me a favor and ignore how absolutely ridiculous this looks right now. What in the creepy pasta fuck, you know? Oh, Christ. Oh, let's blend the neck a little bit, and then we can reappear the rest so he doesn't look so mutilated. Okay, that looks a little nicer with the blend. Let's re-enable these other layers so he stops looking so fucking stupid right now. Okay, there's the neck and the Adam's apple. Next is the chest. Love this song. That definitely softens it. Smooth out the blending on the shadow layer there just a little bit too while I'm at it. Just wasn't completely satisfied with that. All right, yeah, I think that softens. I'm blanking on the name of those muscles right now, but I think that softens those nicely. I want to get some proper anatomical books to have right behind me for reference. Maybe that'll go on my Christmas list. Moving the brush size up again. All right, let's blend these pecs out. Ads are just about to end. Hit that with a little blending. One of my favorite soft La Dispute songs. That looks nice. So that leaves the face and the ears. Aside from that, we've done a little blending on every part of the body. And I think looking at it now, it looks quite a bit smoother. I think there's areas where I might turn down the opacity of the shadow layers a little bit. Like, I still don't want the abs that strong. But I like the shape. I just think it's too dark. But yeah, let's blend out some of this contouring we have going on the face. Ignore me, I'm just singing along. Reasons I use push to talk. All right, blended that out a little bit. Keeping in mind that this is about the size it's going to be when it's on the overlay, it's going to be shrunken down. So I'm trying to look at this zoomed out. If we were to look at this at full size, this is full size. This is 100%. You can tell it's, in terms of how much space on an overlay this would take, it's fucking enormous. So it's going to be shrunken down. This is a poster-sized canvas. because I wanted to be able to fit all the little details and pretty stuff that I like to draw. And then it's going to be shrunken down later for use in the overlay. So from this size, it's going to be zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. Probably like that at the largest. I wouldn't want to take up much more space than that on my overlay. Although for just chatting scenes, it can be larger. It can take up most of the screen. I think it's gonna look fab. I'm really looking forward to putting this into the animating program and fucking around with it. I don't know anything about how to do that yet beyond some stuff I've watched on YouTube videos, but I think this is gonna come out awesome. I'm really looking forward to seeing this in motion. I don't think the ears need a mid-tone. I think the blending on them is just fine the way they are. I might change my mind on that later, but that's why I have all the colors on my palette there. That way I don't lose it. But first, let's take a look at these abs. There's the layer. So I think if I turn this flashing layer down a little bit, it'll give me a more balanced look here. Because right now, that's looking like some fucking bun straight out of the oven, you know what I'm talking about? Like when you get like the Hawaiian rolls. God, that's some good bread. Okay, that is now 25% lower than it was a second ago. Okay, I dropped 2 of the shading layers to 75% instead of 100%. Did it do the thing? I don't see it. Maybe I broke it. Yeah, I added a new thing that's supposed to happen every 45 minutes, but I didn't see it. Enabled. Yeah, it looks like it should be working. You know what? Let me make sure I did my fucking math right on the seconds. Yeah, I did. Yeah, maybe it's just not working today. Oh well. I'll have to check that out. Okay, but now that I dropped the opacity on 2 shading layers on the abdomen, I'm going to add another one to kind of balance it out. I feel like I'm gonna do a lot of back and forth on these. It's this fucking 6-pack right here. It's gonna be a thing. Let me just grab myself the right color. Oh, there it goes. I got you, Dion. Hey, it looks like my time message thing is working after all. It has 6 different messages that go off every 45 minutes to promote some of my other stuff online. Because I realized recently some people don't know that I have merchandise. Because I don't like plugging it because it feels vain. So I set it to do auto messages to tell people about my merchandise, my Discord, my YouTube, and a couple other things. Yeah, I'm not good at plugging my own stuff, so I was like, I'll make the bot do it for me. That feels like a good compromise. Um, and Fourth Wall isn't the most well-known merchandising website, but they have better rates for artists than all the other websites I've tried, which were basically just ripping me off. So I'm like, fuck those. I'm going to be working on a bit of a merchandise expansion soon, and I want to start releasing like one merch design a season. Probably starting after this holiday season, starting next year. I want to release a bunch of new stuff to get the site populated a bit more, and then I want to start making like seasonal merchandise designs, and updating every 3 months or so. Liminal just burped really loud and then apologized, and I think they forgot that I used push to talk. We're getting there. We're getting there. I think getting the abs right is going to be a lot of back and forth. Um, but we're definitely getting there. We're making shapes happen. I'm a professional artist. We make shapes. Yeah, it's getting there. I think a little more back and forth, I'll be quite happy with it. Then I'm gonna be like merging all of my shading layers into one thing, but it's gonna be separate from the shapes of the body pieces themselves, so they can be manipulated individually from each other. I think that'll help. All right, I'm gonna blend over the like seams of the abs a little bit more with my mid-tone to try and make them not quite so harsh, but I really like the shape we've got, and I think this works great as what we'd call in traditional art an underpainting. An underpainting is something you do to like give more texture and depth to the background before you like go over it with your like correct coloration, so to speak. And I think this is looking like a great underpainting for what we're aiming for here. Look at that difference. There we go. There's that softness we're looking for. See how much that looks? That looks so much better without totally losing the shape of the abs. And then I think I'm going to... Let's see how this looks if I just drop this opacity a little bit. Yeah, give it some transparency to allow the, like, underpainting of the abs to show through. Look at that! That looks much softer. Let me turn off the symmetry ruler, too, so you guys get an unobscured view. Look at that! That looks like a soft, nice tummy. 10 out of 10. Would snuggle. And, like, if you wouldn't color your own characters, are you really drawing them all? I'm just blending in a smidge more of the original skin tone instead of that mid-tone to kind of define where the highlights are going to lay. There we go. That's some nice abs. And again, that's before, after. Just one extra layer to kind of blend it, bring it in, make it not so harsh. That looks fab. I still feel like it's a little too much when we zoom out. Let's try... This song throws me off when it comes on sometimes because I use it as my fucking meds alarm to take my meds. Because I'm super original. Let me just check the audio again. No static yet. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed that this fix actually worked. And I don't think there's terrible latency or anything either, but that'll be easier to tell when we're playing games. Make sure that blends nicely into those areas so that when there's motion, you're not getting little peaks of ugly, unblended pieces. Yeah, I'm sure I'm going to keep going back and forth with that area a bit more. But for now, I think we've got the shapes we want down. Because, like, this is a character that is based on the concept of a Grecian demigod. So I feel like having them a bit muscular and toned and stuff makes sense. I just don't want to take it too far. I want to maintain a softness. Make the accessories visible again. Let's shade out this fucking leaf. It'll be funny. There's also some details of it y'all can't even see right now because they're the same goddamn color as the base of it. Turn that off to get those lines out of the way. Okay. So there's the actual shape of the leaf. Right now, that is just a guideline. So I need to sell it with some shadowing. So now we have the shape of that side of the leaf. I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. I'm going to blend those shadows out a little bit and then shadow again over the whole leaf. I just want to define those little overlapping parts first. Welcome back, Hairless. Make the leaf bigger. This song's scary. Do the Red Hot Chili Peppers scare you? That's actually something we talked about where I was like, listen, like, you want this to be ancient Grecian inspired, and one thing about ancient Greece is they thought tiny peepees were more beautiful, you know, and that's not a bad thing. In fact, power to them for having a very different standard than we do. I think that's great. Beauty standards are always changing and evolving, and people's preferences are always a mixed bag regardless. So it was actually considered very flattering to have a tiny peepee back then. But the main reason I made the leaf on the smaller side is because I don't want it getting in the way when clothes and stuff get involved later. It may just have to be like a toggle hide it when clothes come on type thing. But, you know, I'm trying to keep it out of the way as much as possible. Alright, there's the details you guys couldn't see before. Alright, let's... Had to fix a small flaw while I noticed it, otherwise I was going to forget it. And then once things were animated, that was going to be glaring. All those little things, that's why VTubers take so much extra effort. Because that flaw was completely hidden behind another layer, but when you put this into the animating program, that doesn't matter. None of that matters. Because it's all gonna be fucking moving around. I think that's a good start on shading the leaf. You can see the detail on it better now. I'm going to pop highlights on the leaf veins and stuff also to make them more visible when you're zoomed out and everything, and that's something I'll come back to. I just wanted to give that a little more definition before I forgot I did that in the first place. So we're going to need to highlight everything we just shaded. We're going to need to shade and highlight the jewelry. I need to finish the jewelry, still draw the pendants. There's also, I need to draw the earrings. I need to add the designs that are engraved into the arm cuff and the choker. A lot of work to do on the hair in general. If anybody hasn't seen it yet, I'm going to move the sketch to the top real quick, and then I'm going to set it to like an overlay so I can use that to trace what I already drew for the jewelry. So this was the original drawing. It's a pencil sketch. And I threw in some red pen for pizzazz. Plus red is going to be this character's accent color. Just made sense to define some of the places I wanted red. So we still need to draw the clothing, but that's going to come after I feel secure with how the body is shaped, because I can't draw the clothing right without the proper forms for the body. But I can start working on his accessories more. So you can see there's a little design that's going to be around the armband. I'm probably going to do something similar or even a matching collar. And I want to give him the beads on his necklace and the little red diamonds. That's kind of a symbol of his. It's available in a few places on his clothing. We got a few earrings to draw in also. So let's set this to overlay and lower the opacity quite a bit. You know what? Overlay is actually messing with the colors a little too much. Let's just keep it on normal, but on low opacity. And from there, we can work on the jewelry, disappear it once we have the right shapes. I have so many layers going on this. It's absolutely bananas. Yeah, I have the necklaces in order. Thank you, past me. If anybody hasn't heard this song, it's a hidden track that Fall Out Boy did and then, like, decided they didn't like and didn't want to release, but I fucking love it. Let's grab our shade of red, grab a good drawing brush since we've been shading this whole time. We haven't been using a drawing brush. Let's get his necklaces going. I didn't mean I'd rather not be nude, unless... Listen. That'd be funny as hell, but Twitch would shit all over you for it. I don't get it. I can have sex scenes and stuff in BG3, but I can't draw somebody with boobies or, like, someone who's, like, tastefully nude. I'm not trying to draw porn on Twitch. There's a clear difference there. I'm gonna turn the symmetry ruler back on for the jewelry. I'm not going to use it for the clothes, especially because it's an asymmetric outfit, but also because it makes, like, both sides of the clothing more unique. It would be handmade, etc. But I am going to use it for the jewelry because I imagine it as quite fine jewelry, and I think it'll just be easier to animate this way. Like, I really could just use the circle tool for this, but I'm extra. No blood diamonds. Yeah, listen, you saw me ranting, like, shortly ago about how it's bullshit that we learned to make fucking gemstones, and people are like, oh, they weren't mined with slavery, so they're not actually valuable. Somebody made those in a lab, whatever. Like, what the fuck? We can do alchemy! That's incredible! So necklace 1 and 3 are just some beads, but the center necklace has that glint that is his identifying feature. Also, the audio is still clear. I'm ecstatic. That issue should have come up by now. It was happening like once every 45 minutes by the end there. Ugh. Oh, I'm ecstatic. I was getting so annoyed by that. I like how that's coming along. There, I think that looks pretty cool. I think it touches into the goth aspect we're mixing in too. Let me throw the line art back on. He looks so silly without a nose. I can't take him seriously without his nose. Oh gosh, yeah, I'm gonna have to do that sooner than later. But that's gonna be a whole mess of bits and pieces. It's not gonna look like a nose at all. Oops, I bumped my zoom thing. Sorry. So we did some more blending on the musculature to try and make it look a little softer, since last time we were just trying to get the like harshest shadows and shapes in. We've done a little shading on the leaf. We need to do that properly still, but the details can be seen better now. We need to I need to get on shading his jewelry, some more details on his tattoo, and start figuring out the precise separation of the hair as well. And the clothes, of course. But like I said, I want to make sure I have the body like 100% before I move on to the clothing. Still need to shade the eyes and maybe add some more detail to the lips. I'm thinking of throwing like a general skin texture over this whole thing too. So that when he's like blown up for just chatting and stuff, he'll have a little bit of a texture going on. I don't know. I'll have to see how that looks because I feel like doing skin texture in digital art is very hit or miss. Like, I feel like sometimes it's like, wow, the skin texture. And other times it's like, why is that so noisy? Who added noise to this? When did I get a smudge there? God damn it. What layer is that on? Ugh, and I have so many layers too. Give me a fucking second. Oh, thank God, it's on the palette layer. It's on the palette layer. Thank God. It's not part. It did not affect the actual art. Oh, I would have been so annoyed if that was like mixed in with the fucking tattoo somehow or something. Granted, there's I gotta do a little tweaking on that. But I think it's coming along. Oh, I still have the fucking symmetry ruler on. Hold on. There, that'll do. Okay. Let me first off find myself a good highlight color for this skin tone. I think this'll do it. I might need to take it even lighter than that, but I think that'll work. I've noticed more digital artists seem to work in value than in color, and that's so strange to me as somebody who's originally used to pigment. All right, let's start popping in some highlights. This will probably be subtle as well. I'm not necessarily sure you'll be able to see what I'm doing well, but I'll occasionally turn the layer visibility on and off so you can kind of see the changes like flashing in. I want to kind of create an even lighting overall without any one particular lighting direction. I want it to kind of be like studio lighting almost because I want him to look right no matter what part of the overlay he's put in, even if it's like a dark corner. Because otherwise I might have like notes drawn on upper layers about like where I'm going to highlight and the light direction and stuff like that, but I'm just going for like a general flattering studio lighting type situation. So there's a little highlight right on the traps where they peek toward the front. You can see that going in and out. Next is the abs. I'm just following layer order again so I don't potentially miss any. So next is the abs. Need to shrink my blending brush. I think 75 will be better. Yeah, that's definitely better for that. Welcome back from Ad Squad. We're working on them thighs. Make the brush larger again. I think I need even bigger for this one. Let's try 150. I've generally been bouncing between like 75 and 125. Yeah, I think that'll be a little better. I should probably have some kind of reference up for this, but I'm just kind of freeballing it. Honestly, I like how that looks a lot. I think it needs to be blended out a little bit more, but I'm into it. Hold on, it's auto-saving. It needs a second. Okay. I love that feature, but it always happens with like the worst timing. It's like, oh, you're in the middle of blending this area. Let me just save that. And I'm like, thank you, but could you have waited 2 seconds? I have a goal to get at least like some level of his nose done today. For anybody who hasn't been here through this, I have been having a struggle trying to find references or tutorials on how to do VTuber noses. Because consider every VTuber you've ever seen and whether they actually have a nose or if they just have the little anime doot. And like, that's adorable. I love the anime style, don't get me wrong, but because it's so commonly the anime style, I could not find clues or tips or tutorials. I was struggling to find ones on noses. And I found three. I found precisely three that I proceeded to send to myself on Discord so I wouldn't lose them. If you're a streamer and you have a Discord, throw yourself a little back room channel that nobody but you can see and just dump links there. If you come across a YouTube video on some stream improvement you want to do, throw the link there. You'll come across it later. Like that's what I keep doing. And I occasionally throw in references and tutorials, and right now the most recent thing sent to it is 3 nose tutorials. Like, I have the watch later playlist too, but that gets so mixed up with like personal shit and stuff, even though I have a separate YouTube account. Because I have a YouTube account that I post on for this that isn't my personal account, but I don't have YouTube Premium on that, and I have YouTube Premium on my personal account, so I'm always watching crap on there because I don't want to deal with the ads. And so I'll be watching on my personal account because I don't feel like having the fucking ads come up. And then it gets mixed in with all the stupid shit I watch on YouTube. Like I was watching Puppet History yesterday, which is fantastic if you haven't seen Puppet History. Hey, speaking of YouTube. Alright, I like how the highlight for the thighs looks. What's above that? The knees. Time to make my brushes tiny again. Back down to 75. It's the song that samples Obama for some reason. It's a bop, though. I need to get new lighters. After the knee, we gotta highlight the pelvis. Twitch, don't get angry with me. He doesn't even have an actual groin. It's just the crotch region. Oh, did you get ads late? Was my ad message late? Or maybe you're having like latency. Whew, I needed to sneeze apparently. Excuse me. It's basically a leaf shadow, like for the leaf, and pants are always going to cover that particular region anyway, so it's like shaded extra dark, and also he's gonna have a little bit of a happy trail that's gonna kind of blend into it. Anyway, you asked me to make him hot. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I think that's entirely plausible. Blend out those highlights on the blend out the highlights on the hips a little more. I feel like I know what you want, you know? There's a little bit of a highlight on the hips, and I give him a little bit of a hip dip situation too. All right, next in order is the shoulders. And by that, I mean this part this time. And I work on this side so I can see better without having to disappear the tattoo, since I have the symmetry tool on anyway. Now the bicep. By the way, this is Patrick Stump. This song from Fall Out Boy. This is from his solo album, so it's weird and it's different, but I love it. And he's only like he's not even, he's just starting to come together, really. I think he's gonna look really nice. And I'm excited to play around with animating him to try and get a feel for how he looks moving. Cause I'm gonna do that like probably sooner than later. Like if I can get the pieces of his nose drawn today, then I'll probably experiment with it sometime this week. I do have kind of a busy schedule coming up, so I'm not certain I'll get to it straight away. But I'd like to, at the very least. And I want to play around with how the process of rigging works, so that I can understand how to draw the art behind it better, and then kind of tweak some of what I'm doing here accordingly to really bring it to life with the animation. Okay, now we have the neck. And I think the hair is going to be a lot of fun to do too. Now it's the Adam's apple. And Dion, I don't know if you were AFK, but did you catch before when I showed this at 100% zoom? Because I'm not sure if you realize how large this drawing is. How large of a thing I'm going to be giving you to like play around with, print on whatever you want, shrink down to use as your model. Like it's really big, so it's going to have a lot of room for detail. All right, now we're on to the chest. I based a lot of the body joints on how ball jointed dolls are created. Oh, you're playing with Punk? Hell yeah. Tell him I say hi. I love that guy. Again, I'm blanking on the name of these muscles right now. But yeah, they're muscles. It's not it's not like his ribs or anything. Sir Pippin, hello. How's your trip going?
Sir Pippin the not-so-smart has arrived.
And still no crackling. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I don't sleep well in new places, so I always like when my head hits the pillow, I'm like, damn, I miss my bed. Like my cats too, of course. But like as soon as I lay down, it's like, oh, I wish I was in my own bed. No matter how cool the place is. So I feel you on that. Give him a nice sharp highlight on the collarbones. Gonna blend that out a little bit more. There we go. That took a little more finagling than I necessarily wanted it to, but I think it's coming out great. Hey, Masky, congrats on being first. How was D&D? Yeah, I want to hear how your session went. Oh, and there was more pulling from the deck of many things? Oh, shit. Your players are ballsy. They're always going for that deck. I'm one of those people where, like, I hold on to that kind of shit because what if I need it and then I never use it? Like, I'm the worst. I'm the worst. Low-key one. Hey, I like a good low-key, like, roleplay session every here and there. All right. We're onto the face, highlighting the face. Interesting. Got a little copycat killer. Love that. I think there's a fuzz stuck to my nose ring. Hold on. Would explain why I kept sneezing. Oh shit. That's fucking crazy. Just just was like, nah, fuck that card. Like, holy crap, I poop a little bit. I think I'd poop a little bit. Whoa, hey, Punk, what's up, man? Thank you so much for the raid. Damn, he didn't even say hi. What? I don't know why that went off twice. It does that sometimes. Hello, and now it's gonna shout you out again because you just messaged, and it should have an auto shout out for that. But it might not. It might remember that because you rated it shouldn't. Yep, there it goes. Enjoy your 3 shout outs. How was your stream? How's being back going? I left you a lurk while I could. Once I got started, though, I had to dip.
Punk Ape has arrived.
All right, that's coming along. Can I get Dion back now? We are working on a VTuber for Dion. If any of you don't know me, my name is Jet. I go by they, them pronouns. I am a multimedia artist, although I stream digital art because I don't have the space or cameras to stream my traditional art. But yeah, we're working on a VTuber for Dion. Yeah, I don't know why it sometimes double shoutouts for raids though. That's something I have to fucks with. Hell yeah, I'm glad you're back, man. I'm glad you're back. And yeah, I'm making Dion a hot VTuber. That's the goal here. This is the original sketch that I sent him. I don't know what he looks like IRL. I know what a few of you look like IRL, but I don't know what Dion looks like. Yeah, so this was the original sketch that I sent to Dion for a concept. Hey, thanks for the lurk, man. I hope you have a fantastic dinner, Punk. Thank you so much for bringing your folks here. I appreciate the hell out of that, man. But yeah, welcome in, everybody. Veiny wrists. Goodness gracious. Okay. Okay, here, listen. Okay, so we've shaded the body today. We were working on like blending out some of the shading we did and highlighting it as well. We're making it. He certainly looks a lot softer. Um, uh, Keep in mind that color palettes on digital screens vary from screen to screen. So on my stream preview, he looks kind of yellowy, but he has a very warm skin tone on my screen. And yeah, we've been working on him. Hold on, let me turn his jewelry back on. I had to turn that off to get some work done on the body. There it is. We're gonna be shading the jewelry. I think next I'm gonna build him a nose. So let's start out by making a new group layer and getting ourselves a layer in there. So this is a VTuber, and as such, it needs to be made out of a bunch of separate layers that are going to be moving independently of one another, though with reference to one another, to create the appearance of an animated three-dimensional person. It's a way to fool you into thinking something is moving and animated when in reality it's basically the art version of drawing all of the pieces of an optical illusion and putting it together in a computer. And with that in mind, we're working on a bunch of different little pieces that are all independent of one another. And I was trying to find a tutorial on how to do a nose because I've never done a VTuber before. This is my first one. And I only found 3 tutorials total. Because if you think about it, VTubers are almost always anime and they don't really have noses. Oh yeah, hairless? Is it like new management or something? My cat is looking at me. Yeah? Do you want to come say hi? Let's see if she'll come say hi if I don't have my tablet in my lap. Oh, oh, she's here. She's here. Hold on. Hold on. First off, you can see her tail. She's really good at evading the camera. I'm trying so hard to... Oh, now she's just hunkering down. Now she's hunkering down. I tried to shift her, but she got startled and she ran off. She might be back later. She's been joining us on stream every now and then lately. But she is surprisingly good at avoiding the camera. It's pretty funny. She's also made a habit of knocking the microphone away from my mouth, so she's a little pain in the ass. I love her. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, a lot of younger folks don't have like a lot of job experience under their belt yet, don't know what to expect yet, and some of them turn that into bitching. Yeah. Oh, I think my cat ran off because she has to get fed. Actually, maybe she'll be back after she eats. So let's get started on this guy's nose properly. How about it? Yeah, that bothered me when I used to work with kids when I worked at a summer camp. I'm like, I get it, you're a teenager and this is like probably your first job and you don't really give a fuck, but like at least pay attention. These are like children you're responsible for. All right. I saw noises where they were kind of broken into like the main part so that you can manipulate that more individually for motion. And then they had a second piece. Let me drop the opacity on this one so I can see what I'm doing. I've lowered the opacity of the body as well so that I can see what I'm doing on top better, so it might look a little gray at the moment. Then they had a piece shaped like that operated as like the highlight on the nose and the bridge of the nose and would morph accordingly to the angles. And they had a piece shaped like the bridge of the nose itself. Mm. Well, they're allowed to be upset and they're allowed to have their feelings, but if any of them take that out on you, then that's nonsense. Like it was never meant to be a forever career, you know. And then a lot of them had like one more piece. A lot of them. There was three. Each of them were different. I'm kind of taking the gist from them, doing my own spin on it, and I'm gonna eventually take this into 2D Live and do some experimenting to see how it works. But a couple of them had like this little piece that kind of marries the forehead into the bridge of the nose as well. Something like that. Yeah, that fucking sucks. Unfortunately, you're in a line of work that tends to be exploitative, and part of the reason it's exploitative is because it's women's work, and so people don't view it as real work because it's fucking linked directly to misogyny. So that gives us the basic shape of the nose there. I'm definitely going to end up changing and adjusting this a little bit to suit my needs. Particularly I want to kind of fade out the little forehead marriage piece so that it just blends in better. I feel like that's going to be easier to do if I just fade out this piece um rather than try to blend it with the shading. Yay, the pup got walked. And you were listening to the Imperial March? Nice. That would be funny as hell if you had one of those types of dogs that has like the fucked up face and breathes all heavy. Crazed. Now it fades right in. That'll be a lot easier to deal with blending. Yeah, pugs are one of those. They're working on inbreeding the pug. Yeah, they're making retro pugs by using incredibly selective breeding to avoid previous years and years and years of inbreeding and to bring back proper snouts so that the dogs can fucking breathe. Ugh, the things we've done to toy breeds in particular is just ridiculous. Oh my god, your pug, or I guess you would say OMG in this case. OMG, your pug is like so retro. Cute. How's that? Is that good? I feel like Valley Girl is one of those voices that's really easy to do. Although I can't really hear myself back well with the headphones, so that might have sounded dumb as shit, to be honest. Blessed Valley Girl makers. Oh my god, like your pug is like so retro. Cute. I feel like that's one of the easier voices to put on. One of my go-tos for Dungeons and Dragons is also like breathy, wimpy voice, and for example, my Triton character, I use that kind of voice for. Like, I'm trying to think of something to say as him, like. Yeah, like he kind of talks like this, where it's really breathy and kind of nervous sounding. He's not exactly brave, but he's a good guy. Got that kind of tone. I use that for D&D a lot. Usually for wimpier characters. And when I play my dog, I kind of throw a rough edge on it. Chill Chuck sounding ass. A little bitch. Oh my gosh. But yeah, and when I play my dog sit stay, I kind of throw it in a rougher range, rougher, and I speak in broken English too because he's illiterate since he's a fucking dog. Dion mentioned burritos and then Hairless mentioned fartin'. Was that was funny timing, man. So those lines there. Congratulations, Hairless. Those lines there aren't going to be visibly typically. They're not going to be just sitting there. They're going to be masked, and they're going to move into place when the character turns to create the nose outline. That's how that's going to work. So right now, it looks kind of funny in terms of shape, but it's meant to align properly with the turn of the head to create the line for the nose. And that's going to be a matter of rigging it. Honestly, I think I could take it a little sharper than that. Twerk music? Enjoy twerking to Fall Out Boy. They're fantastic. Wiggle your big toe. Okay, I know those lines look silly as hell, but I think those are gonna work like how I want to. When masking and everything is involved. Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna D all over this hill. All right, there's like the little base of the nose shading. Welcome back, Sir Pippin. Yeah, I like watching and participating in later streams myself. I find it's a good way to wind down my day, but it seems like a lot of people do it as like a during their day thing, and that's really neat to me. I kind of wish I could have a little bit of an earlier slot so that I could like include more of my daytime friends, but you know, I can't build my schedule on everybody, unfortunately. You know, I was actually kind of hoping, ironically, that I'd get a few bots in chat today because I just updated my auto mod system completely, but I haven't seen a single one, and I haven't even seen one banned. So, like, I don't know, maybe it's quiet tonight. Maybe I scared them off. I'm just like trying to blend out the edges of these pieces into one another. I feel like that's gonna work better with the way the nose is assembled. Whoa, Dion, thank you so much. Dude, thank you. Thank you so much for the cheers, dude. Appreciate you, man. At what you've done? Is it on Discord? Hold on. Jesus Christ, I have a lot of Twitch notifications. There's like everyone and their grandmother is live tonight, apparently. In my goals? Why did... Hold on. Should I have gotten an update for something a minute ago that I didn't get? Oh. It just means I'll hit it next time, though. Still. You little shit. Appreciate you, man. I think that should work. I have 4 days to raise 1 bit. Damn you. Damn you. Yeah, I've never seen somebody do such a weird amount, but oh, that's funny as hell. Our boy's got a nose now. Can you believe it? You're gonna have to fucks with it to be totally happy with it. But hey, he's got a nose now. That's nice. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna fuck with the nose a bit more. But I wanna kinda like play around with some of the pieces before I screw around too much with like the ears or nose or things like that. Give me a chance to like feel out how that moves to inform the shapes I'm making. But there is one thing I think I should do. Remember that that is basically going to be masked out of existence. I've never intentionally sung on stream. There have been times when my like push to talk key sticks and stuff like that. Um, I mostly just sing to myself while I don't use push to talk when I'm drawing. I like singing. It's a vibe. That looks so silly right now. But it will be like masked out of existence, basically. I was thinking about doing that as like a subathon thing or something. I don't know. I don't know. I'll probably goof before then and end up fucking like singing on stream, but let's be real. I'm so stoked that the audio is still clear. I hope that things are still set up correctly for me to not have this VOD die. I believe I set it up correctly. I took that audio track off of the VOD track. So we should be good. But you know, sometimes shit gets fucky. So that's a thing. I mean, I don't think I'm bad. People say I'm good. I don't know. I'm not a very confident person, but I don't think I'm terrible at singing. I just like to do it. You know? It's fun. It's a good time. And people tell me I'm good. So whatever. But yeah, I was in choir for a long time. So like I can read sheet music and that stuff. I think I'm gonna shade the jewelry next. Give you guys that viewpoint. You should be able to see things pretty well. Okay, I quickly just gave each bit of jewelry a masking layer. So we're going to be using those masking layers to shade this, I just need to take I need to take a sample of the shade of gray that I'm using for the silver and create my shadow tone real quick. Actually, I did make a deep, deep blue. 50 Shades. That would look muddy as hell doing that digitally, though. I'm not gonna lie. It's sort of like real painting. Um, real painting by like paints painting. You know, I don't. I'm not trying to ditch on digital art while I'm doing digital art. I did make a deep, deep blue that I used as the outline for the jewelry. If you take a close look, the outline beneath the chin is brown, and the outline on the jewelry is more of a like slate blue. I'm gonna try going in with that tone, see how that works as a shadow tone on the silver. I like to use blue tinted for silver. Make sure the gray stays on the cool side. But yeah, all these harsh lines you see right now around the different sections are going to be manipulated in the 2D program to like if he's at the right angle, it'll show a little bit of an underline under the pec. Or if he's like really leaning a certain way, it'll have the line on the side. But it won't always be visible, and as such, the pieces should like blend into each other nicely. But that's something I'm going to have to experiment with a little bit for sure. So I think that's a good angle for you guys to view it at. All right, let's start with the collar, see how this goes. Flip my canvas. Yeah, that's a better angle. That works nicely, I think. That's a lot more depth already, and that was just 3 curves thrown in of shadow. Fuck yeah. Same thing for the armband. You know, I did tell Ko-Fi Bot to stop sending messages here because I've effectively replaced that with a different messaging system, but it was like, no, I'm a keep chatting. There was one time it glitched where it was always sending. Like when I wasn't online, you could come to my chat and see Ko-Fi Bot popping off all by itself. It's pretty funny. All right. There's the silver beads on the necklaces. This song's like unironically a bop though. They've got some really fucking good songs. This song was so fucking good live. Like, honestly, lots of people put on such a good fucking show, dude. Thanks. Never thought this would be a thing I'd do. Interesting that this is where we ended up, you know? If you can't tell what I'm doing, I'm fucking shading individual chain links right now. Gonna look good as fuck when we get the highlights in there, though. Yeah, it is. It wasn't this border though that I made for my fucking overlay was incredibly tedious. It was full loops as a brush, and I went through and erased every other to make it look like the ribbons woven through it. That was fucking tedious, I'll tell you what. But sometimes the tedious stuff is nice because you can just kind of zone it. It's like a little bit. It's kind of the meditative part of art when you just fall into the zone of something that's repetitive like that. Also, welcome back, Punk. Oh, is this their new one? I think this is the new one. Yeah, it is. Punk, I'm really glad to see you back streaming, man. Made me smile when I saw your notification today. No, I didn't. I did not hear about the new Spider-Man movie. Please tell me. I want to know. Do we, to be clear, do we mean live action Spider-Man or do we mean animation Spider-Man? He's had a lot of movies lately. Um, I'm happy about it though. I love Spider-Man. Okay, live action. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. I'm sure you understand my question. And I'm glad that you're doing a bit better, Punk. Health problems are a fucking nightmare, dude. Ugh, yeah, that's frustrating as hell. Hairless is selling gamer girl bathwater. She'd get sales. Hmm. Wait, so are we finally having Venom and Spider-Man in the same thing? Because haven't they not been together in any of the movies yet? Isn't that a thing? No. There was the one. Yeah, there was the one when Venom first happened. But they considering their relationship in the comics, It's kind of surprising how little Venom seems to come up in the Spider-Man content. Yeah, because he was in the there was fucking weirdness with the contracts there. There was weirdness with the contracts there. That's what kills the Hulk for the MCU as well. And I'm pissed because I love the Hulk. Bruce Banner never gets represented right. Like, it makes me so mad I want to write a whole fucking novel about him just to be like, this is how you write him! Like hell yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing that in action. It's been a fucking while. It's been a fucking while since we've gotten Venom involved. Also, can we please get some sort of official Team Red content? Anything, anything, anything. I'll take a poster. I'll take one of those mini magazine things that has like 5 pages. I'll take a webzine. Give me give me a comic book cover. Give me something with Team Red. If you don't know what Team Red is, that's Deadpool, Daredevil, and Spider-Man. They're all in the same part of the world and everything. Just put him in. Let him have a beer together. I don't care. Why have they never had a comic together? It doesn't make any sense. Give us Team Red, cowards! I don't... Oh, God. I actually, I lied. I do have beer, but it's only PBR. I really don't like beer. I'm disappointing all of my ancestors simultaneously by saying that. All of them. PBR's nasty. Dude, Charlie Cox is the perfect Daredevil. He's perfect. He's perfect. He's fucking perfect. He's so good that I forgot he's not from fucking New York. And then I saw him in Expedition 33, and I'm like, holy shit, I forgot he's fucking British. I was like, holy shit, that's his fucking voice? Where's the New Yorker? And I remembered he's fucking British. Masky, did you see what he said in an interview about filming She-Hulk? Because he has the funniest quote. He has the funniest fucking quote about what filming She-Hulk was like. Daredevil has some of the funniest factoids regarding Marvel. That's fair. That's fair. I really like Tom's Spider-Man myself. Okay, I'm guessing you're in ad jail now. So sorry about that. But I need to tell you about what fucking Charlie Cox said about being on She-Hulk because it was funny as fuck. It was so funny. Did Agile miss you? Because it's been doing that lately. It skipped me a few times on Die on stream earlier, and I was like, yay! Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's done that to me before too, where I'm like, wait, I didn't get ads, and then it just had like a belated ads, and I'm like, ah. I keep getting ads to go on fucking cruises, and I'm like, bitch, I don't want to go on a cruise. I don't feel like getting sick on vacation because I'm surrounded by old people and children. Like, I don't like crowds. And when you put crowds on a boat, and with how fucking filthy people are, ugh. But yeah, there was an interview that Charlie Cox did in which they asked him like as an actor, did you find it challenging to work on She-Hulk? Because for a large number of the scenes, you know, when she was hulked out, it was just CGI. So you couldn't like look her in the eye while you were delivering your lines, and that must have been challenging, right? And he goes, well, considering I'm a blind man, I didn't really look at anything. I didn't find it to be a problem at all. He just stares into the distance. Like and like I don't know if you've looked at paparazzi photos of him, but there's a distinct difference where like in the time period before he played Daredevil, he'll like look at the camera or he's looking someone in the eye. And then while he's playing Daredevil, he's awkwardly staring into the distance. Like it's like if it's like affected him in his out of acting life. Like he can't look at things anymore. I've heard of people having a great time on cruises, but especially in the post-COVID world, I'm like, nah. Not to mention they're crazy expensive, and they're honestly really bad for the environment. Yeah, all the international water shit they pull, and they do a lot of exploitation regarding the areas that they dock. It's pretty not cool. Oh, do you want to? My cat was eyeballing me like she wants to come up. No, I think she's just fucking with me. Yeah, whales attacking yachts is one of my favorite things that's ever happened. Upside down pineapple. Oh my god, Diane. Yeah, she fucked off. She doesn't want to hang. She's just wasting my time. She's just fucking with me. Now I grab my tablet and she comes back. See, this is what we fucking do. This is what we do. She just likes to pretend she's gonna come on camera. And she's acting all cute, rubbing her face on the side of my desk and shit. And then she's not gonna come on camera. Unless it's to fuck with my microphone. That's the only time. We have individually shaded the chain links of necklace number 2. Now we have necklace 3. And then I can pop quick highlights along the chain. That won't take as long as the shading. Um, and then I I gotta make the red beads shiny too, but I gotta pick some colors out for that. I'll probably use like the brown for shading and then throw like a dull red in there for highlights. Um all right, let's shade this chain. It's fascinating stuff, truly. But remember, this is fucking huge. Like, this is zoomed out right now to show you guys. So, these little details do matter. Also, if anybody didn't see yet, on Saturday, September 6th, we are going to be having our first watch party, and we're going to be watching Over the Garden Wall. That is going to occur in Discord, so you will need to join my Discord if you would like to join us at the watch party. And it's going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern, just like when my streams get started. Y'all should join us. It's fantastic, and it's going to be a great time. Gotta welcome in the fall the right way. Diane, you're already in my Discord. You're gonna leave just to be spiteful. Yeah, that's what I thought. I also want to plan more collaborative streams moving forward. And I would love to have collaborative streams with you guys. So, uh, you know, if you're a streamer and you're in my Discord, I've given you the streamer role, and you have access to streamer only chats where we can set up collaborations. So don't forget about that. Yeah, he's trolling me with bits. Should we boo Dion? Because we have the option to boo Dion. Sir Bibbin was like, yeah, I'm just gonna do it. Here, since we have the aqua bats on. The way I just exploit Halloween green screen effects is hilarious, honestly. But, by the way, Punk, did you see my little music thing now? I gave it an outline that wiggles with the music. Yeah. I did that, and now my camera wiggles when I yell. Two plugins: the Move plugin and a Stroke Glow drop shadow plugin. I could let you know in more detail on Discord or something. But it took two plugins to do that, and then the Move plugin combined with a different plugin to do the camera shake. It works with any sound input at all. You can connect it to your microphone, you can connect it to your game audio, you can connect it to your music audio. It works with any audio. Because I have it connected to my mic to make it shake when I yell. It's the same effect. It's just linked to a shake filter instead of the like stroke filter. Yeah, yeah, it's a pretty cool one. I found something similar through a YouTuber, and I was able to apply the same process but to different things to make that happen. And we haven't had the fucking static problem all stream. I cannot emphasize how stoked I am. It's been almost 4 hours, and the sound is still perfect. I'm gonna have to make sure there's no, like, latency when I'm playing video games. But it seems like we finally got the crackling solved. And if there's new issues with this new setup, then I'll get those figured out. But the crackling was apparently unfixable. I looked into everything, and there is no fix for it. There's no fix for it. So I had to completely change how I do my audio. I'm stoked as fuck. That's working. The auto message I have going every 45 minutes is working. That was new too. I implemented a new auto mod so that I can say goodbye to Nightbot because I'm trying to streamline as much as possible. So far, that hasn't gone off yet, but it hasn't had any reason to. It was funny though. I had to like give it words to know to ban people and stuff over. So I was just like sitting there typing in slur after slur after slur, like, like, but like it's to keep the words out, you know. Next, I want to look into some slurs in other languages and get those in the mix for it to block too. Surprisingly hard to find like word lists to block that are like inclusive like that. Like I want I want like a worldwide slur list to just put on the block list. I also added a bunch of the phrasing that the bots use often, like streamboo.com and the like weird letters with like cheap viewers with like the blah, blah around it with the accents to try and get around filters. I added a bunch of those to my filters. Now that I'm like happy with my stream on the back end, though, you know, as long as these fixes I did are all working, you know, I gotta test the auto mod still, but so far everything's working. And if all that's going well, I can focus on bigger, better things. Namely, I want to get more merchandise going on. I want to populate my merch website more, and then from there, I want to start making like seasonal designs, and do like at least one design every 3 months. Yeah, I saw some shit about how people like are getting their view bots gotten rid of. And I'm glad that that's happening. But at the same time, I feel kind of bad for some of these big streamers. Like, I'm willing to bet that they were getting view botted, not that they were botting themselves. You know, people think it's a nice thing to do. There are people who try to bot people with good intentions, and I'm like, dog, please don't give me fake viewers. That's gonna make my statistics look like shit. Actually. Because to have it inflated viewing numbers with no one clicking or talking or interacting at all, like, it doesn't actually look good. Yeah, that's really shitty. Dion. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I'm just trying to keep like people from using hate speech primarily. I don't care if we curse and make sex jokes and stuff. I don't want hate speech. So like a lot of the filter lists that were coming up were saying like fuck and bitch and ass and stuff, and I'm like, I'm not gonna fucking censor somebody from saying ass. That's ridiculous. I want to like give me the real insults, please. Yeah, don't ever talk to me. I hate speech. Yeah, so far I've really only had people pushing art, which is hilarious considering I'm literally drawing here right now. Dion. But they don't. They're bots, so it's not. I don't think they even know that I'm drawing right now. You know. um. So that's a thing. Will do. Thank you. And yeah, what's up? You want me to drink a PBR, bro? Listen, I grabbed that before your message about PBR went through, okay? That's my ICT, man. PBR is disgusting. And we use it for cooking. Dump that shit in like some tacos, you know? PBR's so nasty. It tastes like piss and gasoline. I don't like beer. I don't like beer in the first place, but I especially don't like PBR. I just prefer wheat used in bread. I don't feel like it makes for good beverages. Like, that's honestly my opinion. I feel like beer is just a waste of bread. Because it could have been bread. And I fucking love bread. don't. Don't. Guys, I have a cylinder and I need to remove it undamaged. God, that shit's hilarious. Bread soda? What the fuck? That just sounds like non-alcoholic beer, which, like, to me takes away the whole point because I think beer's nasty, so it better at least give me a buzz. I really don't drink much, bro. You'll know me, I'm more of a stoner. Punk, you allowed that before I could. That's hilarious. I was considering trying to put my feelers out to see if anybody would be interested in modding for me too. Not because I like really need it, because if I get things working well, then the bots will just be eliminated by the auto mod, and I already have it set up to shout out raiders and stuff automatically, so like that's not something I need a mod to do. But just to like allow the occasional message and to ban the occasional bot that gets through would be pretty handy. And I was thinking of adding one or two just so that like the couple people I've given mod roles already aren't like pressured to be here. I don't want it to, feel like work. I'd rather just ask somebody who spends their time here anyway. Okay, we're done shading the fucking chain links. Now we gotta highlight the fucking chain links. I'm sure they appreciate that, Dion. Yeah, this one's definitely gonna work the best. Hey, Punk, I never want anybody to feel pressured. That's part of why I'm like, maybe adding like 2 or 3 people so they can like, be there when they're here type thing, and I just happen to have a mod. But like I said, it wouldn't be a lot of work at all. It would just be like allow something if it's silly that it's blocked, and occasionally block a bot that gets through just so I can fucking focus on what I'm doing more. I fucking love this song. Yeah, I don't want hairless banning Pippin. Pippin's my MVP. I can't ban Pippin. Pippin's been here like longer than anybody. It's crazy. Here, let me zoom you in on the chain a little bit so you can see. Like, that's what I'm working with here. This singer has such fashion goals for me. It's like not even funny. Like, my fashion goals are definitely somewhere between this guy, Brian Molko, and Gerard Way. We're on a banger streak. This song's about Buffalo Bill. Yeah, I got the joke. I got the joke. Oh my god. Oh my god. Listen. He was inspired by Ed Gain, who made an actual belt out of actual nipples. So this shit's bananas, bro. Yo, if any of you guys are into like true crime and and like serial killer lore and stuff, there's this show called Mindhunters that's really good. It's on Netflix. I recommend it. Have you guys ever seen The Umbrella Academy? Because because the guy who plays Hazel in The Umbrella Academy plays Ed Kemper in Mindhunter. And he's such a sweet teddy bear in The Umbrella Academy, and he's one of the most egregious serial killers ever in Mindhunter, and it's such a dichotomy. I was like, holy shit, that's Hazel. Yeah, he was. And he's also from New Jersey. Suck on that. Xena, good morning. How are you? All right, now the left side of the chain has all the highlights and shadows. You know what I'm talking about. Hey, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. I was losing it. And then Luna, hey, I'm Tony. Dude, that made me laugh so hard. But you can see the highlights just make it pop a little bit. This side is highlighted right now, and this side does not have highlights yet. Looks nice, I think. Sir Pippin, I mentioned that I might be asking some people to mod for me, and they were like, "Don't ask Careless, she'll ban Pippin." Okay, Xena, thank you for checking in. You get back to rest. I know it's early o'clock for you. Ah, you gotta get ready for work? That sucks. That sucks. Okay, that's both sides of the chain highlighted. Now I'm gonna try copy pasting to see if like doubling it makes it a little brighter in a good way or a bad way. No, I think that works. So I'll merge those together. That's what I just did. Now to do it on the other two. Oh, Xena, that would be so awesome. I would love that for you. I think that would be fucking awesome. Oh yeah? Fucking ask then. Or like maybe like put your feelers out with like Saturn, see what he says. Or Simon. I don't know. I talk to Saturn the most, I think. Out of that crew, I mean, of course. I think being part of a stream team would be great. And that's something I would be interested in, like trying to start with other small streamers that are kind of in my like range of averages. And you know, just people I'm friendly with who are like, you know, I'm not trying to shoehorn my way into like somebody's established thing is how I would do. Yeah, I would rather like start one with people who are like at my tier and grow together. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't see that. I gotta check Discord more. That's like I'm not good at checking social media. But yeah, starting a stream team would be really dope. And I feel like I know a number of people with a mutual interest in that, like Punk here. Punk, I'd be in a stream team with you. Yeah, I know Wes already has a stream team, so I wouldn't want to bother him about it. But I think like if a number of us who hang out together in each other's chats and stuff just like actually committed to promoting each other, and we're doing it anyway. We're doing it anyway. We just, you know, there's not a lot extra we'd have to do. Um, it just kind of makes sense to me. Like I feel like we're effectively behaving as a stream team to begin with. First off, Dion, I fucking love this song, so you're welcome. And secondly, hell yeah, Punk. I'd be PTXD. Get the fuck out of here. PTXD me when I think of middle school. Fuck. but Punk, I'd be totally down. I'd be totally down. I've been told I should be on a podcast before, but I have no idea what I'd even What have you even talk about? Somebody told me I should podcast my angry feminist rants once, so I don't know. That's funny as shit. I laughed so hard I clipped my microphone. Fuck you. But yeah, back in high school, people always told me I should start a podcast, and that was part of why I was like, maybe I should try streaming. I don't want to learn video editing, and streaming feels like podcasting with less video editing. Oh, there's my alarm to end raids before it gets too late. There we go. There's chain 2. Yeah, I remember him talking a bit about that. It sounds interesting. Yeah, like I'm not opposed to the idea. I'm just like I feel like you need some kind of like, overarching theme or something, and I'm not sure what ours would be. Like we're all creatives, but we're different kinds of creatives. We're all gamers, but that's broad and there's already a ton of people covering that. You know what I'm saying? Nerd shit. I've got plenty of that under my belt. And I know plenty of people who we could like bring in as guests too. That's fair. Yeah, I'm like just bouncing back and forth with like micro interests and shit. Yeah, you guys do get into interesting stuff on Repo. I love that fact about Deadpool. Not only that, but he also knows sign language. And he was signing as well as letting Clint read his lips based on what was more convenient. Um Also, does Canada have its own sign language or do they use American Sign Language? Yes, Canada has its own sign language. It does not use American Sign Language. which means that they would be speaking different languages in sign. They wouldn't be able to understand each other. I know there's some overlap in different forms of sign. But yeah, they would be using different signs. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They use French sign language, although it's adapted to reflect Quebecois rather than like France French. Yeah, different regions have different sign languages. Although American Sign Language is popular in a number of countries because people did tours in other areas to help deaf people to learn to communicate. And they did that by teaching American Sign in different countries. But the French were kind of ahead of the curve on that. Kind of, but it was I'm sure it wasn't always a good thing, but generally it was establishing schools for the deaf to allow isolated people who were isolated due to their disability to communicate, which overall a good thing. Um, but yeah, kind of like missions, yeah. And there were cases where people who went into it and stuff were not well intentioned, as are always the case with working with people with disabilities, unfortunately. But like the French are a little ahead of the curve on including that stuff. I mean, Braille is French too, so we adopted their system in terms of that. I think that based on the last time I researched it, I think French Sign Language and American Sign Language were created around the same time, but I haven't looked into it in a while. I could be absolutely be misremembering that, so don't take my word for it. Um, but yeah, I believe they were founded around the same time. Otherwise, we probably would have just done a language exchange on that. It's kind of simpler, honestly. Uh, Morse code is used by certain regions in particular, but it's based on the English alphabet, so it depends on if the language is adaptable into the English alphabet realistically or not. Because if it's not, they'll have their own codes. There we go. Done highlighting that. It is. It says it is universal. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, that I think that was like more related to like maritime and aviation type shit. They use Morse code in Ponyo, which is Japanese, with the fisherman boat lights. Why cover? Because you can. There's a lot of covers where people are like, why would you cover this? And I think they're great. It's not a bad cover. Hell, I Will Always Love You is a cover. That's a Dolly Parton song. A lot of people, gave up. Oh yeah, they do a lot of covers. Me First and the Gimme Gimmes. That's one of Liminal's favorite bands. Liminal loves them. They're great. Um, but yeah, when fucking Korn did a cover of Another Brick in the Wall, a lot of people lost their fucking shit and they were like, "How dare they?" And I've always thought that shit's stupid. Punk. That's hilarious. Yeah, but I don't know. Covering a song it doesn't have to be taken seriously. You know, it can just be fun. It can just be fun. I guess I view it kind of like fan art myself, but obviously, you know, artists and musicians have very different mentalities about their work. A musician would probably think that's a little weird until they thought about it. Um, but yeah, it's like fan art. Yeah, but if you don't put a little bit of your own spin on it, kind of like what's the point? Boom. Easy Grecian pattern. Cranked out. Looks fantastic. Hell yeah, skate punk. All right. Now we got the collar part. Also a jam. We're on a good fucking streak tonight. There. All right. Good night, dude. Thank you so much for hanging tonight. Thank you for the raid, my man. We're heading off in like half an hour anyway, so you're not missing much. But I appreciate you being here, punk. We'll see you soon, man. Hope to see more of your streaming again. I think that looks pretty fucking dope. I know it's simple, but it's very clean. Kitara Ikaru has entered the chat. Yeah, especially since I'm trying to go for like the Grecian inspired designs and stuff. And that's like one pattern you find on a lot of stuff out of ancient Greece. That little like square bounce wave pattern thing. I don't know what to call it. It's 3 lines, and then they just go back and forth. All right, let's shade these red beads. Oh yeah, you did, Xena? You'll have to let me know when they get back to you. I'm proud of you for asking. I know that if I were in that position, I would be nervous. So I'm proud of you for asking. I don't want to assume you're nervous or anything, but that's how I'd feel. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. My fingers are crossed for you, my friend. I personally, I think that, I think that shows that you'll put your best foot forward, that shows that you care. I think asking is a good sign, personally. Shows initiative and confidence, yeah. That's the words that were on the tip of my tongue. Dion, you should follow Xena. She's the best. If you don't already, please follow Xena. She's fantastic. Like, I set up auto shoutouts for all y'all for a reason, and it's because you're all fucking great streamers, and I love spending time with you guys. And I don't want to forget to shout you out, so. Alright, now we have some shading on those. Let's bring them back into their mid-tone a little bit. And then try to find a highlight color. Fucking love this song. Thanks. I like communities that are like good inclusive vibes and silly fun kind of stuff, you know? Xena's been playing the Stranger Things game, which is a lot of fun, but it's also led to me being like, why doesn't anybody just listen to Joyce? The answer is sexism, because she's right every time. And they were like, you're crazy, lady. You're crazy. Just call her hysterical. Like, just do it. Do it, and I'll fight you. Like, Okay, there's a quick little highlight on each. Yeah, seriously. Joyce is right every time. Every time. Every time. She's like, the fucking magnets fell off my fridge, guys. Something weird is going on. And they're like, Joyce, you're crazy. Sometimes magnets just stop working. And I'm like, what? Excuse me? Okay, now let's throw little highlights on the silver beads. Because we never highlighted the beads. We highlighted the chains. And I don't want to forget, because we highlighted the chains, I don't want to think we highlighted the beads, and then blah, 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 blah. Alright, there's highlights on those. Ooh, so that's the real big question, honestly. I definitely want to do a Left 4 Dead 2 co-op stream. But I need to go through and look at what multiplayer games I've got. Look at him, he is coming together. I do... Oh, I burped in the middle of that. I do need to, get rid of this one, because it's not quite right. And I'll redo that more properly. I smudged it before I added the outline, which was silly of me. I should have done that in reverse, but it's too late to fix that now. I'm gonna have to do it manually, but that's fine. Let's see, we only have 10 minutes left, so I don't really want to get invested in anything right now. I also have to pee. That would be hilarious. I'm definitely going to be there to watch that. Dude, even just games that give us room to bicker would be hilarious. Can you imagine, like, something as simple as Among Us with our crew? Hallie's like bullshitting through his teeth. Zoob's calling out Hallie for bullshitting. Hallie's like, "What, you don't trust me, bro?" And people are yelling over each other. It's a whole thing. Turns out Hallie wasn't lying. Like the whole thing. And we both know it's true. Pico Park, is that a game? I'm not familiar with that one. We got a lot done today. So in between streams, I'm going to be doing some layer refining. I'm gonna combine some of them to condense things down because I've got a shitload of layers on this right now. And in addition to that, I'm going to be like cleaning some up using selections so that they're not masked but they're shaped like that. I'm gonna be erasing everything that falls outside the lines so that when it comes to getting them into the animating program, it's not so complicated. Okay, bye Xena. I hope you have a nice shift. I hope it's a smooth day at work. I really appreciate you being here. Yeah, we need to get his hair going on too. Bum. We gotta get his clothes going on. We gotta get his earrings going on. We gotta get his hair going on. But we are making good fucking headway on this guy, in my opinion. And this is just working on it on stream. I haven't really done anything on this off stream. Though between this stream and next art stream, I am going to be coming on here. But just to do layer cleanup and organization and labeling and stuff, I don't like skipping parts of the artistic process on stream. Yeah, he's gonna have really nice hair. But we took the muscles from shitty little shapes to like soft looking flesh. It was way too harsh before, but now it looks like skin now. I might play around with adding a texture to it. I'm not sure. Oh, also for reference, Dion, here, okay, first off, I'm gonna full screen. This is my program, right? This is the one you're looking at, not the one I draw in, but the one I have for your guys' viewing. You can see there's all these layers and folders and blah 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 over here. This is all the important stuff. The rest is like sketches and shit. And then if we take this and I go to view, zoom to 100%. You can't see that, but that'll make it. See, this is the true size. This is the size of this document. This is how fucking big this drawing is. It's a lot more than 10 layers. They're in fucking folders. This is the real size of this drawing, without zooming in or out. He's fucking poster sized. I know you're kidding, but just because there's 3. There you go. There you go. There's all the fucking layers. I'm still scrolling. Oh, there it is. There's the end. I'll scroll back up. So I'm going to be doing layer cleanup in between streams to get all of these labeled to mask the shading properly. Do you see all this shit, man? I'm managing all of this just to draw this all in all these separate pieces. This is easily 10 times what a normal drawing would take me. Just because I need to keep those pieces separate for animating it later. So that's what the fucking layers on this look like. It's getting insane, I know. Oh gosh. But let's find somebody to raid out to. It's that time of night. I told you, man, it's a lot of fucking layers. It's no, I'm not kidding. It's a lot of shit to manage, bro. All right, let's see. Who do we know that's on? Hey, I got somebody. Oh, I just took him off. The gloves have come off because I'm done drawing. I wear them to make my hand move smoother over the screen and and keep it from getting all dirty from my fingers. Because, like, the oil in your hand will fuck that shit up, you know? But we're gonna raid Trader Joe. I'm gonna switch to my ending screen here. Thank you guys so much for joining me tonight, for hanging out. I appreciate y'all a lot. I hope you're looking forward to seeing this finished as much as I am, because I think this is coming along fabulously. And Dion, I can't wait to see this animated for you. I still need to do the toggle arms, the clothes. There's still a decent amount of work to go, don't get me wrong, but I feel like this is reaching the point where I'm starting to see like what this is gonna look like when it's done, and I think it's looking really good. Yeah, it's gonna look fucking awesome when it's done, bro. I'm gonna have to tweak it a bit in the animating program and play around with how the rigging works to see if the way I've split things is as successful as I think, or if it needs to be tweaked a little bit. That's no problem. We can just like join layers again. I kept more things separated than is necessary just to be safe. But yeah, we'll be doing a lot of fuck around with that, and I'm really looking forward to seeing this done. But thank you guys so much for joining me. Sir Pippin, I don't remember exactly how long your trip is, but I know it's not terribly long, so if your flight home is before I see you next, I hope you have a safe flight, my friend. In the meantime, we're gonna end this bad boy. And we are gonna go over and raid Trader Joe. Does it not do raids? That's kind of lame. I'll have to see if I can't add raids to that, because it should be crediting Punk Ape too. Alright, guys. You're going back on the 8th. Okay. Well, I hope you have a wonderful time. I'll see you in between now and then. In the meantime... Are you not going to work now? Oh, it decided it doesn't want to work, so I'm just going to type it in. Darn fast key. There it goes. You can grab that raid message, and we're going to go raid Trader Joe. I hope you guys have a great night, and I will see you on Thursday. And don't forget, September 6th, we're having a watch party. Hope to see you guys there. All right, guys. Night-night.